All right. So, um, here we are, night two. Kind of late again, but what I'm gonna do is try to. I spent some time making another template in my OBS, so the emulator game is like always taking up everything. So I'm gonna. We are just gonna try to get that going here. Uh, it's not showing any output yet. There it is. Okay. And of course, if anyone does pop up in chat, the chat's going to be on the left side. The alerts are going to be there. So, yeah. Because people were complaining about the immersion last night, and I kind of don't blame them. But, for a game like this where it's all about the atmosphere and the experience, I kind of get it. Um, yeah, so here we are. Yeah, when we last played, we got completely tucked off the roof by Pyramid Head, and now we're in the alternate hospital where it's the deeper other world, pretty much. So geometry is going to be more nightmarish and completely not normal. So let's rooms that were previously locked won't be locked, and vice versa. And that's the logic that was there previously is not necessarily going to be present in this version of the other world. Boy, oh boy. I kept hitting R3 because I still have that muscle memory from playing Silent Hill 3 where you can reload your gun whenever you want, whenever you're in ready mode or whatever, in a ready stance. But you can't do that in this game. It's just the elevator. The restroom. That's locked. Also locked. That's locked. Alright. So it looks to be what I expected. The elevator still works somehow, and that's how we're gonna get to where we need to go. Why does it take so many bullets? It's absolutely absurd how many handgun rounds it can take to kill one basic enemy in this game. I'm not even on hard mode. I put like 3 mags into 3 of them, and they just kept getting back up. I don't know why this game is like that. It makes no sense. Like, if I had to critique something, it's the combat in this game is just really weak. It's just so not well done. That was a very common complaint when this game originally released, was that the combat kind of blew. It's because it's not engaging, and dry cell battery, basement storeroom. But yeah, I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark. So afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I would never ever go back there. Alright. Where it's like you get a gun, and even though it's technically the weakest gun in the game, it does no fucking damage. So you're better off just using your melee, really, in a lot of these cases. Combat was a lot better in 3, because they actually took the criticism to heart and realized, hey, we should just make the combat actually not be terrible. And then I immediately walk into a room and have unavoidable damage because they just spawn 2 enemies right in your face. And there's nothing you can do about it except tank the fucking damage. Like, I don't remember the pistol being this shit. It's just so bad. It's like, no wonder there's so much ammo in this game. Oh, cool, the enemies respawned. Yeah, that's enough of me bitching about stuff for now. Yeah, you try to... Let's see, I don't know. Oh, James. I like how the wall, like, the map shows you going through the original geometry, but, like, where there used to be walls and doors, there's just open space. And, like, no doors. That's the type of shit that's really cool in Silent Hill. And it just makes me, like, that much more annoyed by the legions of people who go, like, they worship these games, and then they hate on everything that was made by, like, Konami developers. Like, oh, they don't understand Silent Hill, man. It's just like, dude, Silent Hill is both complex and not complex at the same time. It's not some rocket science fucking concept that, like, no one can do. You just... And I'm not arguing that, like, all the Silent Hill games after 4 are good. So I would easily argue that 4 was also not a good game on so many fronts. It's just a lot of cool ideas, executed very badly. But yeah, I don't know, I'm just ranting my ass off the whole time. The thing is, if you want to do like a 10-star playthrough, you have to get a lot of kills with the guns. And the thing about that is, okay, I got my first ampoule. The thing about the gun kills is, if you shoot an enemy to knock them down and then finish them off with a kick, it counts as a melee kill. So that means in order to get the gun kills that you need, which is like I think 80 minimum, you have to unload so many bullets into all the enemies, and it's just so fucking badly done. She is an angel, and no one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me, and she is an angel. Yeah, I get it. You want me to go through the door with the lady on it. Please keep respawning enemies, game. Empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Alright. As you can clearly see, almost every door is locked. We got the examination room 4. We got all this stuff that we may or may not be able to get to, and the rest room. Mind your fucking business and stay despawned. Okay. Alright, before I do anything here, I'm gonna check these other rooms, because I... kind of OCD about that. I want to make sure that that I've gone everywhere that I can go before I go to another major area. Well, this is a room. They really do respawn enemies like every fucking time you leave, huh? I think the camera is not good. Alright, so there's nothing back there. Alright, now we're gonna go down this area. Basement. Okay. That's a sound. That's a key that I forgot that I had.
James.
Mary?
Okay.
Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... She ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Right. That's the ring that probably lets us get to that door that we couldn't get through earlier. Don't you love how there's just nothing else in here? I guess that weirdness over there on the right side of the screen is there because I'm using this widescreen patch that... Because the game wasn't really made with widescreen in mind back in the day, so... Didn't really have like a widescreen officially option. What is English? But, you know. It's just the way it is whenever you... How many... I feel like I'm really low on handgun bullets now. 61 spare. 5 spare now. Of course, you saved your shotgun ammo for bosses, because, like, don't, then what the fuck are you doing? I don't know what this is going to be used for. I wonder if it's possible to go to the roof now? Or at all? Alright, so we got nothing else in here. Yeah. What could be in here? What? Still locked? I guess there's another thing we need before we can get in there. Alright, Now that we've got Maria, I guess I gotta go back down and open up that fridge. What's that, floor 1, right? Gonna make it save state.
And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2.
Alright, so that's 3.
Witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe.
Walter Sullivan.
Smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks.
So it's 3,
3.
1.
Eric Day. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Palevale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just
Bachman,
one
right?
road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Brindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions.
So it's 3,
Have
1,
you got
1.
it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
Boy. Wait, what? Wait. So I guess that's just gonna be like a place we go to? And then I can input the numbers or something? 'Cause I hit start and it just put me out of the elevator, so I don't know if I skipped the input sequence or what, but you can check the map here. Wait, so it is Nathan Avenue. So it's a 313? Almost, I thought it was Bachman. I think I might load that save state because I don't remember. I know he said something about the road that goes to the northern part. Okay. Wait, were there 3 questions? I'm just completely lost now. I don't even... it all left my mind. Where the fuck is Bachman Road? I know Bachman Road is a road, but where is it? Is that... It's not on this one. I guess Bachman's on the other map. Not there. There was 2 city maps. Town maps. Where's Bachman? don't even see Bachman Road anymore. It's somewhere in here. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna just clearly that's Nathan Avenue. That takes you to that street. And then Sanford here was not an option, so yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna load that save state so I can actually pay attention.
And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James.
Sorry for wasting everyone's time, including my own.
Here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park.
Yep, that's 3.
Quickly, on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan.
Yep.
2.
3,
Scott
1.
Fairbanks. 3. Eric Day. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Palevale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions.
That'd be
Have you
Nathan.
got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
Alright, let me get on with it.
What was that?
So apparently when I hit the start button the last time, it skipped that cutscene like on the first frame that it happened. So that's interesting. I just had this hit like a godlike just frame input. And also apparently this is not the floor that has a puzzle on it, which means I don't know why that just happened. Like, I guess they were just like, hey, once you get Maria, that's just gonna happen no matter what. Alright, so we need to go to the 2nd floor, I think, to get the... I don't know what fucking... yeah, it's gotta be on floor 2. I didn't go to 3, I don't think. Yeah, here we go.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this?
Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
I like how it says there's a hideous smell coming from the inside. Like, dude, I don't know if any of you guys at any point have ever, like, opened up a refrigerator that just hasn't been used in a long time. Like, even if there's nothing in it, you just, like, open up a fridge that's just been kind of, like, abandoned. It just smells fucking terrible inside. Like, just fucking atrocious, man. And I mean, the only thing I can think of that makes that happen is just that there's, like, residual bacteria. Which floor had that fucking... Okay. Alright, why can't I just get out? But yeah, like, I remember a cousin of mine some years back is we were all, it was like me, him, and some buddies of ours hanging out at his place, and he had this like old ass mini fridge in this room that had just been there, I think probably since we were fucking kids. And he decided he was just gonna like clean it out, start back to using it. And he opened it while we were all in that room, and just a stench. Like, if someone told you that like there was just like fucking body parts or some shit stored in there, it'd be easy to believe it. Just an atrocious stench. And there wasn't anything like actually in there. There was just like, I mean, nothing that was like visible to the naked eye anyway. So it just must have been just a bunch of bacteria just festering in there. Alright, so I think it's just 313. So I'm just gonna make a save state here, just in case I fuck up somehow. Alright, so it was 3, 1, 3. Holy shit. Shotgun, 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 shotgun. Ampoules. 2 ampoules. Holy shit. Yeah, ampoules are a super rare item. So, like, there's only ever, like, probably, like, 2 or 3 of them per game. Per playthrough. So that's neat. Anyway. I'm just gonna dip in this room so I can make a save. This, I think what's coming up next is just, like, straight up us leaving the hospital or something. I feel like we're almost done with the hospital. $65 shotgun shells and spares. So that's pretty good. Alright, now we're just in some weird, I don't even know. There's a note in the ground. Inside is some kind of hard-to-read writing. I took it the rector's key. Went to the museum. I hid it behind a praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. The rector's key. One to the means. Okay, I guess that's talking about the Historical Society, which is to the north, so. And the Praying Woman must be that statue I was at, like, before I even got here. So that's just a bit of a hint for people to just read and then not even know what it's referring to anyway, because who the fuck's gonna remember all that? We don't know where we are. Somehow we're going even deeper. Okay. Oh shit, this part. I remember trying this part on hard mode and it just being awful. Because Pyramid Head runs at the speed of fucking sound on hard difficulty. And the only way to slow him down is by, like, shooting at him. But you also have to make sure you don't shoot Maria.
Open up!
He is crushed because it is as if his wife was murdered all over again, or died all over again. Alright, so we are now on the other side here, and we're still in the fucked up version of the place, I think? Yeah, like all the textures and all that good jazz. Where are we? Keep bringing up the map because it's just like, it's so easy to, like, I don't want to, like, barge into, like, an elevator or some shit. This is door. Okay. I mean, surely one of these doors has to open. Yeah, figures it'd be the director's room. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. Truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. And a key. Alright, I don't know what that graphical glitch is meant to be. Or what it was going to be. I don't know if that was meant to represent something. Hospital lobby key. I didn't want to do all that again. Hey, we just saw Laura walking around. Nothing else in here to get. So, I don't know. The elevator apparently works now. So it says the lobby key, but where does that go? Hospital lobby key. Found in the director's office. Key to hospital's front lobby. Okay, but where the fuck is that? Like, is it that out there? Just leave now? Yep. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura's run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really getting somewhere for me? This is your way of taking. I'm gonna find Mary. It's the only thing I've left to hope for. Now we're in the dark version of the place, which has no fog. But it's somehow more desolate feeling. Can't go wrong with extra shoddy ammo. This night. Ain't getting there. It'd be really interesting to see what, like, the fucking fucked up version of Heaven Snipe would even look like. There's a circle on that area. I guess that was already there from, like, before, right? Is that an ample? Holy shit. Not sure I ever actually found that one before. Alright. I don't even know which way I'm facing. Alright. Rifle? Yeah, I'm a fucking obsessive item hoarder for some reason when I play these games. Even though I don't, like, you really don't need to stockpile a lot of items in this game. Like, especially health, it's just, even the bosses are a pushover. Pixel hunting, I don't know why. I just am. I don't need to, but I'm just doing it. Kind of just trying to satisfy my own curiosity because I don't think I've ever done this to this extent before. I mean, you can't go wrong with handgun bullets because you need like 5 magazines per enemy anyway. Feels massive, and I guess technically it is when you're on foot the whole time. Yeah, this is one of the things people complain about when this game originally released, actually. It was like, both in Japan and outside of it, like, and both with, like, paid critics and fans. Like, one of the biggest complaints about this game, besides the fact that people couldn't understand the story, and, this is where they wanted me to go anyway, like, down there. Other places probably blocked off. Looks like there's text on it. Just... Yeah, so what, yeah, a lot of people just did not like the fact that there was just so much just outside, outdoors, running around aimlessly. People really didn't like it. And that was one, like, pretty much if you go back, and it's harder to do nowadays because a lot of those websites aren't active or, like, online anymore, and the Wayback Machine can only get you so far, because there's no guarantee that what you're looking for was actually ever cached anywhere. But pretty much all of the complaints that people had about the second game directly informed how Silent Hill 3 turned out in the final. Like, people complain about the story being too convoluted and too, like, open-ended and just wishy-washy, kind of just, like, all that good stuff. And so, instead of it being, like, a self-contained game, it was just, yeah, so I gotta go the other way. Instead of it being, like, a self-contained game that was completely disconnected from the original, it was a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. And people complain about the exploration, too much of it, outdoors. So Silent Hill 3, when it had outdoor sections, but they were drastically cut down. Just completely cut down and just shortened and truncated to the point where when you're outdoors in Silent Hill 3, it's like probably 5 minutes total compared to this game, and even the first game. So, and people, and then the combat, people complain about the combat being like too easy and not really a step up above the first game, which is true. So 3 had a greater emphasis on melee combat. There were way more weapons and tactics you could use. Heather had a bulletproof vest that she could equip to take less damage, and she could block and parry attacks. And yeah, it was just, the levels were more focused on indoors and being more claustrophobic, and just less emphasis on you taking a long time to get past everything. And yeah, I mean, it's just, that was how that game got made, really. It was just the stuff that people didn't like, and 2, they just either did away with it or fixed it. And there's people that don't like 3 that much. I mean, if there's a Silent Hill game, there's people that just think it's inferior to something else, or they're going to compare it to, like, other games in the series and act like their opinion's fact. It's just, I don't know, it's just really dumb. But it's always been dumb. It's been dumb. The gatekeeping and all that stuff in the community has just always just been so, like, the tribalism, and it's just always just been so stupid. And it's a shame because it carries over to new fans who enter the fandom, and they don't know shit about the games or anything, and then they fucking see all these people being, like, just rabid, just zealous, just, you know, fanatics about these different opinions, and they just adopt those opinions by osmosis. Yeah, it says our Neely thing is still there, which is interesting. It's just the thing I've seen so much throughout the years. It's just really dumb. It's all the circle jerking and just groupthink and all those other buzzwords. People just can't have their own opinions and form them. They just gotta be handheld and just act like... And then it's just weird because people don't formulate their opinions organically on their own. They get other people to do it, and then they just feverishly defend those viewpoints, like whatever it may be. And it's just, on the pure psychological level, it's just like it's just pathetic and just weird. Anyway, back to this game that I'm playing right now. How much ammo? Like, I've picked up so much. I've got 22 health drinks, 13 first aids, 4 ampoules, 115 bullets, 101 shotgun shells, 8 rifle rounds. I'm loaded, and this is on normal difficulty. I don't even think they lower the amount that you get on hard, but part's not necessarily fun because of the way that they implement it, where it's just like, I mean, you know, James takes more damage, enemies attack more often. That's cool, and that's probably how it should be, but there's certain segments that are just aids, like the one where Maria's running. Because you can actually kill her on hard mode pretty easily. I rage quit a PC playthrough I was doing like years back because I was trying to shoot these mobs, and she just stood there like in the path of all the bullets and got hit like one time and just died. And of course there was no like continue. I guess on hard mode there's no continue option. It just said new game. It was just like, what? So you gotta save scum or just like be perfect. So I rage quit, and that was years ago, but it's like I'm not even avoiding them to save ammo at this point. I'm just avoiding them because there's just no point. They're slow, they don't really do that much damage, you get nothing out of killing them. And I'm not playing for like a star playthrough, so it doesn't even matter. Letter wrench. Is this the bar? Got a wrench. And a letter, apparently. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. It's like a continuation of that other message. The key to the society is in the park. At the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. That patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. I still did not wish to stop, James. I prayed to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Wow. So the way that's written implies that it was written by one of the doctors at the hospital, at the sanitarium, but then at the end the guy's just like, hey, I prayed for you, and he somehow knows who James is. Like, that's the type of mystique that makes games like this work. Where it's not just like random stuff for the sake of being just like spooky. It's just like, it makes you think about the workings of Silent Hill, the other world, and all that. And that's really cool. They don't just give you an answer. It's just like, you can think about it. You can come up with your own theory, but wait, did I run by Neely's Bar? Like, was it possible to even get there? I don't think it was there. I'm gonna turn around and go back, because I don't remember seeing it. I'm not sure I can actually reach it here. Okay, so it's all the way over there, so I may have ran by it without realizing. I don't know. And I don't know if there's actually going to be anything in there. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, no, I'm halfway down the street. Not even all the way. Oh, there's some bullets. Yeah, you can go in. I don't know if anything's going to be different, but... It looks more or less the same. Oh, there's a new message on the wall. If you really wanted to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary James. Well. Of course, you still got this message. I don't know how that became a meme. It just did back in the day. People would just post that or variations on it. It's kind of dumb, but I guess most memes really are. Alright, now we can stop dicking around. I'm not gonna try to run around and explore too hard. I say that, but I do kind of want to look over here. So I don't remember there being like extra notes and messages and things. I'm just gonna immediately defy my own edict and just continue on. Okay, I thought I was going the other way. This is really, really annoying. Yeah, gee, I wonder why anyone was annoyed by this kind of gameplay back in the day. Yeah, another complaint was the monsters in this game. Not only how kind of docile they are, even compared to one's enemies, but one of the complaints was based around... Get the fuck out. I'm trying to monologue here. Yeah, so one of the complaints was, like, not only were they a lot more like non-threatening in this game, but in general there wasn't a lot of variety in enemy types, because they just kind of, they all are just bipedal and just kind of slowly shuffle towards you, and they don't really have any unique gimmicks. It's like, okay, you know, you got the one thing, the one monster that just sprays this weird, like, acid thing at you, this material. And I think it can kind of grab you if you get too close, but I'm not 100% sure. Like, no one really ever lets that happen if it can happen. And, yeah, I mean, like, the only real big deviation is those Mandarin things, which are, like, basically mini closers. But those are, like, below the surface that you're walking on the whole time, and that's, like, the only time in the whole game that you really come across them. So as long as you just keep moving, they don't really stand a chance of hurting you. But yeah, there's just not really a lot of variety at all in this game when it comes to the monsters, which is why in 3 they were not only, like, differentiated and just very versatile and what types of creatures there were, but they just looked cooler too, and had unique attacks and unique patterns and stats that you had to learn to deal with, which wasn't hard, but it was definitely welcome change of pace. Martin Street doesn't have anything on it. I can't imagine I'm gonna go back to the apartments, but that's actually really disconcerting that there's like the crosswalk light is still lit up. It sounds like it sounded like I was like completely fucking surrounded. Alright, where are we? We're on Neely Street, which is interesting that there's like a locked thing over there on the left. But we gotta get... Okay, there's the park up there, so... I'm gonna run over to the right and just try to see if there's anything out there that I can find. So I do remember playing this a long time ago, and there were like bodies that you can find that look like James. They got like special notes on them. We're gonna run up top here, and assuming that I did not already do that, see if there's anything there. Oh, yeah, there's some stuff on the ground there. And there's the body. The torn memo pages on the ground. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger, and don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed even if they are tougher than people. Are these all unique? Run away, run away, run away. Run away. It's interesting that these notes over here are just like furthest away, but they're like the most frantic. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. Saw those demons, they were there, I'm certain, but my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? Or whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. I'm going to take some screenshots of this text, because it, window snip here. Okay, yeah, I forgot if you do like a window snip, it just kind of... There's a shortcut where you can just take a screenshot of the window itself. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Totally something you do while you're streaming. keyboard shortcut Alt plus print screen. Yeah, but that doesn't save it automatically. I'll just do a fucking full screen. Big deal. All right. So yeah, this note, it really sets forth the thoughts for people who think that like what's happening in these games, if it's quote unquote real or not. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. Reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. Which is incredibly grim when you think about it. But yeah, like the first note in the chain is closest to his body, but then like the notes that were the last ones are like further apart, which is like really interesting. But yeah, like if you look at this body model in like some type of like modeling program, it'll show you that it's actually just a modified version of James. He's even got like he's got the blue jeans and like the little bomber jacket thing going on with the shoes. So yeah, it's foreshadowing. But yeah, it really puts forth the notion that like just the potential for different people to see different things in the other world, which is kind of confirmed in this very game when you look at how Laura is just running around everywhere, like completely uncontested. She runs around the hospital and somehow never gets stopped by any adults. So to her, it looks like a normal place, but she's still in the other world. She's not in the real world. It's just that for her, there's no monsters or any like terrible imagery because she's got like a pure soul, basically. And I've seen people in the fandom try to argue that like she's also a manifestation, because based on the logic that Maria is one, but Eddie and Angela are not manifestations. They're real people who were also just hauled to the town, just like James was, and Laura was also summoned, which is why they're all here. So the game kind of puts forth that idea that like Silent Hill in particular, people can be summoned to it. Okay, I didn't expect that. Right, back here. I'm just doing so much more exploration than I really need to. I think I've been running around these streets for like 40 minutes or some shit, it feels like. Probably not, it's probably been like 30. Still a long ass time to not actually progress the game. But yeah, it's stuff like that was always fun to like discuss with people and think about, but one thing I've been wanting to do for a while now is just make like some actual like Silent Hill lore videos where I like discuss certain theories and debunk other theories that people have had even to this day that are just bullshit or just easily disproven. The thing about this game is the camera is really not good sometimes. So yeah, as you can see, if the game does not want you to go somewhere, it'll let you know that you're not supposed to go. Alright, I don't think I've been down this part yet. Says there's a save spot over here? Up there. Alright, so we can actually go back in here and save if we want, which I'm absolutely totally gonna do. Because I've been roaming around for far too long and picked up way too much shit. To just randomly dying and start way back. Guess it's been more like 20 minutes. I'm surprised they even let me come all the way back here. This is crazy. I've never been back here before when it turns dark. Naturally, they're not gonna let you go all the way back, but that would in and of itself be really spooky and creepy. Imagine going all the way back to like the observational area where you can see the lake in the bathroom at the very beginning. Alright, so take a left, and then we just run in a straight line. The thing about making the Silent Hill lore videos that I want to make is, I want to have some level of production value in there, so I wouldn't just do it where, like, I'm gonna have to do it where there's, like, I use actual gameplay clips to illustrate what I'm saying. And that takes way more work than just, like, narrating over still images or some shit like that. Or even just, like, pre-edited trailers and shit like that. So... yeah, it's been something I've been thinking about for, like, multiple years now, but I've just never really gotten around to it. Now that I've got this game on the emulator, and I can get 3, I'm a bit more inclined to do it, as well as the fact that I've got a legit copy of Sony Vegas, or Magic's Vegas, as it's now known, because Magic's bought it off of Sony. Door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Alright, finally, we're gonna move on. Like, one of the most contested theories, especially, like, a decade ago, literally a decade ago, when, the IP was still alive and still getting new releases. I remember those days because the Phantom had like a huge schism in it where there were these idiots who were a group called Twin Perfect, and they made like a documentary and documentary series, as they call it, where ostensibly it was going to be this scholarly look into the series and talk about what the games were and explain them to both new fans and old fans. And what it really wound up being was this really childish, poorly done, essentially just like a regular ass like YouTube presentation type thing where they just ran about how like everything after Silent Hill 3 was just dog shit, and talk about how everything after 3 was just like, technically it was like everything after 4 was just an abomination because it wasn't made by Team Silent, quote unquote. Even though Team Silent was never a real thing, it was just always a revolving door of different people who worked at Konami, from Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo, KCET, and there was only like a very small handful of people that worked on more than like 2 games in the whole series, the first 4 games. So there wasn't like a mythical team that were just lockstep the whole time and made all these fucking masterpieces that people think they are. And and a lot of people in the fandom followed suit. They just blindly started regurgitating all the fucking quote-unquote theories and conclusions and facts in that docu-series, and it was just so bad because there was a lot of objectively incorrect information in that thing, and people just ate it up just because the production quality of the video was good. People were like, oh, well, these guys are clearly in authority. Another ample. They're like, oh, these guys are clearly in authority on everything Silent Hill, so that must mean everything they say is correct. And even to this day, if you go into like a Silent Hill YouTube video or something like that, there's a good chance you're going to see Twin Perfect ball washers who are still just out there defending, regurgitating a lot of the stuff, which is really lame. But what's also lame is me even ranting about it in this Let's Play that I'm doing like a million years after the fact. But I mean, I guess it's better than Dead Space or Dead Silence the whole time. I'm just running around these dark-ass streets. I mean, it's on topic at least, right? Not like it's really tangential, but... Okay, I'm just not going the right way at all. Turn around again. But yeah, so... one of the things I was wanting to really make a video about was... those fucking idiots. Fuck out. Bullshit spam. Anyway. One thing that's like really hotly contested is the idea that the way that Silent Hill and the other world works is that there is the other world, which is separate from the real world and does not overwrite reality, objective reality as we observe it. And then there's people who think that that's exactly what's happening. They think that the real world itself is getting overtaken by the other world, and it's invaded literally by all the monsters and all that. And it's just a really brain-headed theory that makes no sense because it's debunked by just logical deduction and in-game stuff, like the fact that you got to ask a lot of questions about the idea that there's just that one layer of reality that just gets overwritten selectively, and it just doesn't stand up to the criticism. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Like, you're gonna have to ask the question, okay, well, if objective reality is being overridden, where does everyone go? And why is it only like 3 or 4 people in the town? Why doesn't anyone ever notice that this is happening, all these mass disappearances, and that the rest of the world just somehow doesn't know about it? And that question alone is one that never really gets answered by any response other than, oh, well, the way that it works is Silent Hill. Like, that's the explanation, that like, oh, well, Silent Hill, weird shit happens, so clearly that explains why people disappear. There's all these mass disappearances. There's the fucking out-of-season snow. There's the fucking monsters and just all this, the endless chasms and bottomless pits. There's all that stuff happening, but somehow no one reports on it. Well, the reason why? Silent Hill. That's the explanation that they give, and it's just like, and people just defend it and unironically believe that, and it makes no sense. And even the game's own like official supplementary material debunks that notion, really. But people just like to, I don't know what it is. I think partially it's just people that listen to the Team Perfect stuff and just because they peddle that theory, and other people just kind of project their own real world beliefs into it. Like, they don't like the concept of the supernatural being a real thing, so they just believe that this video game that is not based on reality is just has all these physics violations and all these things like that. And it's just like, well, the reason why it's happening is because the whole game is either hallucination or just Silent Hill is magic, and it can just make everyone disappear, and just somehow everyone in surrounding areas just has a mass amnesia. So yeah, it's really dumb. And I was gonna make a video just kind of debunking it, because no one's really done that for some reason, as far as I can tell. Like, I've searched it up, I think even earlier this year, because there was another channel that kind of talked about it for a little bit, but didn't really make a video centered around it, and there's just no one that's really done that. But it takes a lot of work, because you got to do so much research to, like, double check all your sources to make sure you're not just gonna say something that's objectively incorrect. Okay, I can't use it here. And another topic was the idea of Laura. Like, is she real? Is she in the other world? And I remember that being like a big thing, and it's pretty clear that passing by bolts can't open it. Pretty clear that if you just even like pay attention at all while the game's happening, that Laura is a real person, because even the Book of Lost Memories outright says she's a real person. Like, if she was a manifestation, the Book of Lost Memories would say that she was, but it doesn't. It literally says that she's just a normal girl that Mary in real life, or in the real world, in the game, actually knew Mary. She talked to her, and Mary had intentions of, like, adopting her if she didn't have that illness. And it outright shows Laura hitching a ride to the town with Eddie in the cutscene that plays, like in the little trailer that plays when you fucking stay at the main menu long enough and let it play through. It literally shows Laura getting in the van with Eddie to go to Silent Hill. Doesn't explain how they met and why Laura would even trust him, but that's what happens. So yeah, she's objectively a real person in the confines of the game, and not a manifestation at all. And she is in the other world, because her being in the real world makes no sense, because there hasn't been any game in the series, as far as I know, that actually ever showed anyone that was in the other world actually directly interact with someone that wasn't in the other world. There have been like hints at that, like I think in both Silent Hill 2 and 3, there's like bathroom stalls or doors that you can like try to open, but then they're locked, and then you hear like someone else on the other side of the door like moving or knocking back or some shit like that, or trying to get open, which is really fascinating and really creepy and really well done. But that's like the closest it's ever gotten to just like, yeah, there's definitely people in the real world can definitely see and or communicate with people in the other world. But then again, Silent Hill 4 does show that, despite the fact that it's like Wally World, because it's Walter. Henry can be trapped in his apartment, but he can look out the window and he sees the real world as it is normally. So he can't interact with people, because no matter what he does, like, no one hears him and no one detects his presence. They think he's gone. But he can see people in the real world through the peepholes, through the fucking windows, which in and of itself is very creepy and really cool. But yeah, it does kind of confirm that, at least in that game, in the confines of being in Wally World, that people can interact on, or at least perceive, not really interact, but they can perceive other people. But then that game also establishes the fact that if someone dies in the other world, they die in the real world too. Like, Cynthia gets fucking mauled by Walter in the subway in 4. Those fucking idiot monster with these loud ass steps. monsters in this game are just an annoyance. Alright, so Cynthia gets annihilated in the subway by Walter. She dies horrifically. She's like cut up, she's like bruised, just brutalized by Walter. And she dies. But then, once Henry leaves the subway and gets back to his apartment, he can look out the window and he can see Cynthia's body being like collected out of the, like transported out of the subway tunnel. So, and I think he can hear something about it like on the news, on the radio too, to, like confirm that she died. I think it lists like a different cause of death, like, but yeah, you can totally see how the correlation that's there and the precedent that's set by Team Silent themselves, by KCET. So, that was a huge tangent, but yeah, Laura's a real person, and she is in the other world. And the reason I say she is because there's no way that she could run around the entire town on the streets, run through the hospital, like even get in the hospital for one thing, and just stay roaming around. Ditto for the hotel later on. She plays on the piano loudly, and no one stops her. Like, there's no hint that she's even seeing other people besides James and Eddie, but she's a-okay with it. So that it wouldn't make sense for her to like somehow be in the real world if that's the case, because she would get scooped up and probably like taken back to like a homeless shelter or some shit like that. And yet it doesn't happen at any point. Oh my god, James, fucking idiot. Yeah, like there's no way she can just do that shit. Just roam around all these different places that would, in real life, be staffed at the time that she's there, and just encounter no resistance. I think even the Book of Lost Memories kind of like hints that like outright that she's in the other world, because I remember there being a passage talking about how it outright says that she doesn't see any of the monsters or any like hellscape stuff simply because she's so young and she's completely innocent. And the fact that she possibly doesn't see any other people matches up with her backstory, because her darkness is the fact that she's alone. She doesn't see other people because she feels like she's always been abandoned, that no one cares about her, so why would she see people in her version of the other world? Makes complete sense to me. Yeah, just don't. I don't know why they would make the camera like this. We have progressed. Right. Should be a map somewhere around here. Save point. Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's one right there, but I guess it's really just a brochure, something like that. don't want to like this map. I know a lot of these games you'll walk in and then like the map is like one of the first things on the outset. I don't think there was one outside. Probably gonna be one somewhere later. Photo. Wilt's coal mine. The infamous painting that has been like recreated by so many people. Can't delete that spam message, I guess, because it's on YouTube. No big deal. Anyway, Mystic Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Yep. It is indeed him. Probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. Scene of this style from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Right. Nothing interesting here, according to James. Only one door, so we're gonna go through it. Nothing useful written on them. I like how it says there's nothing special, but like declare Brookhaven Hospital 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. It says like everything's uninteresting, but then like you're trying to examine it to get explanations. Photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? It's foreshadowing. Nothing in there. Another thing about that kind of debunks the whole like single dimension bullshit is stuff like this. Like, you've got the Historical Society where you walk through the front door and then there's just like a random door that takes you to this room, that takes you to a stairway that leads like 1 billion miles beneath the town. And then not only that, but you jump down more holes that just lead to impossibly low places. So you're talking about architecture that's literally impossible. And people really are so lazy mentally that they will say, oh, it doesn't matter because the reason why it's like that is just because the town, man. The town did it. And it's just like the most least compelling argument anyone could possibly have when there's nothing in the game that really even backs it up. Kind of document. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C21. Can't read the rest. What is this? I mean, clearly it's some kind of log, James. Looks like there's a videotape on the table, but okay, so we're in the prison. We gotta make do without a map for a good time. Page 7. Which door did I come from? That one? That one? Okay. Handgun. Painting is hanging a crimson and white banquet for the gods. Also foreshadowing, because those terms have meaning elsewhere. Photos hanging here. Death by skewering. Shit, whoops. Execution of the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. Tertius's death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Photos hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca prison. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff is foreshadowing too, and just lore building, because they tell you elsewhere that like the town itself was built on like an Indian burial ground, which is like one of the go-to types of folklore for like paranormal stuff. And I think I did everything I could go through. I'm not 100%. I'm just gonna jump. But yeah, like where they go with that is they heavily imply that like a lot of the dark power that Silent Hill does have is partially because not only the Indian burial ground site where that spiritual energy was already present to begin with, but that like a lot of the energy in the town got corrupted because of just the horrendous prison and the horrendous ways that people were executed. So that it like morphed a lot of that into, I remember this part, you gotta hit the pipe and just bang on a wall. I think you get a better melee weapon in this game, which is kind of weird. Like, I think you can get the great knife. Wonder how many people get to this part and just get stuck. Okay, so I don't remember the order of stuff in this game at all, apparently. There's so many. You don't have a map, so you're just like purely off of like memory. You gotta like go through the shit. Alright, so that was a one-way trip anyway. Spiral writing key. I think the light goes out, yeah, and then turns out the door's locked. Press the switch, but nothing happens. Oh, right, I think you gotta. This is what that dry cell battery was for. Examine it, it's like, oh, it's the same type. Then when you use it, suddenly there's just a billion of these fuckers. But then you gotta, like, reforce this shit. Somehow got it on the second try. Door's locked, he says. Yeah, this is where the game starts getting like super bizarre, like even in the gameplay, and it's just like you're jumping down these bottomless holes, and James survives just inexplicably with no explanation. We just used the battery that we picked up like 50 years ago in the hospital to power on our flashlight that just randomly decided to die, which spawned like a billion giant roaches, and like it gave us a key to get to the next latch or whatever. It's just bizarre, and that's what makes this game work. The atmosphere and all that.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head, pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Yeah, so really fascinating character development where this guy that was clearly very sketchy to begin with is just off of his rocker completely. I got a tablet. If you look at this painting, it is the same room that we are standing in. I can't really zoom in on it, unfortunately, but I think, and like if you look at this painting up close, like outside of the game, you can see that the figure, it's got that guy on the table, and the guy looks like James. I think he's got the fucking jacket and the pants again. And it's just a really surreal thing because it's, that painting is of this room, and then it's got another painting in there implying that it's just like an infinite loop. So really cool stuff. But yeah, Eddie just loses his fucking mind, and he starts, what he sees is just, looks like there's a key. The corpse, the body is marked with bullet holes. So yeah, like Eddie's whole other world is basically him seeing people, like, I guess, talking shit about him and mocking him and stuff. And he just kills him. So he, like, if you listen to the way that he said yeah, like when he walked out that room, like he was looking forward to it. Like he's at home. So he has darkness that he was summoned to the town for. You could say that it overtook him. And theoretically, he would have probably just stayed there forever, just eating pizza and just looking at something. Alright, handgun. Yeah, he would have just theoretically stayed there forever, just eating pizza and just killing people who most likely are manifestations for him, but of course we don't really know. Yeah, I've never really liked this part of the game, like this area. Like, it's got a real big atmosphere, but yeah, like before you find the map, which is right here, It's just a real pain to navigate it. And I think a lot of people miss this map, and it makes them want to commit seppuku. Because the prison is a really big area with 1 million doors that lead to 1 million different places. As you can see, there's a light area on the other side. Wait, I don't think I could have went up. Yeah, it's... Another ampoule. Got like 6 now. Probably a locally published magazine. What do we got here? Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, it most likely sunk for some reason, despite an extensive police search. Not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. Many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that, as overhead, perhaps they reach for their comrades. Yep. More world building to just get across the idea that there have been a lot of like really unexplainable tragedies that happened in the lore of the game. And I think this is where we get the rifle. Yep, we got the hunting rifle and some shells. Also, yeah, this is really reminiscent of the way that you find it in the first game as well, but very easy to miss this weapon. And I pretty much never really use it against anything except the final boss. So it's not really like ammo for it is relatively scarce, even though I've got like probably like 30 rounds by now. Oh, not even 30, 24. It seems like each box has like 4 rounds in it, I think, which is kind of... yeah. Anyway. Let's see, we got doors everywhere to check. I just left here. Okay. Absolutely. Wait. And so there's only doors on the other side that I didn't go through. This place is fucky because so many doors actually work. Even if there might not be anything in them. Oh, the safe spot. Didn't really need to, but why not? Another door that opens to another bathroom. Okay. That fucking was a big scare. Like, I was expecting something to happen, and it fucking happened, and just worse. Yo, Sai, what is up? It's been like 100 years since we've been existent around the same time. There we go, we got the lighter. Yeah, we're in the prison now, and we just got here. The prison that is just located directly underneath the Historical Society, which is a museum, because, you know, that's totally where you put prisons. And I check the map every 2 seconds, because it's so easy to forget where you are. Yeah, this is pretty deep in the game. This is oh yeah, I think I'm gonna have to open this thing up here later. Hover on the ground, can't open it. Press on left where there's probably once a handle. Yeah, this is after you leave the hospital and run around outside for like 40 minutes straight trying to figure out where to go. This is one of those games where it's actually a relief that, like, a lot of doors were locked, because it's so easy to get lost. Alright, we are gonna walk through, I think it's the top door here that we can go through to get back. Alright. Alright, so that door is locked, which means we can get through it at some point, I guess. Okay. Alright, this looks like a weird area that I don't remember at all, so we're gonna go through here. Okay. Oh, we got the seductress tablet, but I don't know where that needs to go. Oh, this little scumfuck. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna probably start using the shotgun here. The pistol does like no damage. What the fuck? Okay. Was he looking at like an item or something? Or was that just a corpse? Yeah, alright. What do we got? We got doors. We get in them. Yeah, so I've been rambling to myself a lot, but earlier before you got in here, but yeah, I was just talking about this game's, like, just the mechanics of the other world and all that good stuff. And just the fact that, for example, this prison... Well, I'm just gonna explain this completely silly thing about the Silent Hill fandom. There's been this big, like, for just over 10 years at this point, there's been this big schism in the fandom about how the other world works. And there's pretty much... Alright, let's just... Oh, okay, you're just gonna hit me. I'm gonna question those physics. What? Alright, I'll explain after I toast. Oh my god. Two shotgun blasts and he just gets back up. How is it taking all this damage? Alright, so... yeah, all the games are in the same universe, basically. There's debate over whether or not Book of Memories is the one that came out on the Vita and was technically the last Silent Hill that came out. But all the mainline games are in the same universe, so there's been a lot of debate in the fandom about the nature of the other world and whether or not what's happening in it is, let's see, books are scattered all over the bed and floor, black magic from the abyss, resurrection of the dead, Chronicle of Agrippa, manuscript of Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry too much about that. Yeah. Alright, so for a long time there's been this divide in the fandom about how the other world works. There's one group of people who think that they subscribe to this thing called a single dimension theory, where it posits that everything that happens in the game is happening in quote-unquote the real world, in so much that like the real geometry and the infrastructure of the town is getting overwritten and changed, and all the people either disappear or they somehow all get amnesia. And that attempts to explain how all this phenomena is happening in the confines of the game. And then there's another group that thinks more along the lines of, like, there's this one theory that's also called the multiple dimension theory, which is the one I kind of subscribe to because it makes the most sense. And basically what it posits is that the other world is not overriding reality. It's not overriding objective reality, which is what you and I reside in this three-dimensional dense world in space. And it's basically that when it says multiple dimension, it just means that the other world itself is another plane of, I guess you could say plane of existence, but it's more like another, you could say it's another level of consciousness, blah blah blah, stuff like that. It basically just means that the stuff that happens in the other world, which is like everything, because the actual real world is like hardly ever actually shown in these games. It's saying that like the phenomenon that takes place is not happening in objective reality, but it's still connected to objective reality. And the reason for that is stuff like in Silent Hill 4, there's like certain characters who die in the other world, and you actually can see when you go back to your apartment in that game, you can see those people being found dead in the real world in different places, and which kind of confirms that if you die in another world, you do die in real life, or you're affected somehow. Anyway, that explains that. But there's just been so much shit throughout the fandom for a long time about that. Okay, we got a wax doll. On sacrificing the art of demon, blah blah blah, Tome of the Seer, the feast of, yeah, that's about this. Books, yeah, okay. So, that is, but yeah, like I think the single dimension explanation is really dumb, because there's so much evidence in these games that contradicts it, and it just doesn't make any sense Oh my god, come on. How do you withstand the damage? It's like, if there's just too many questions that it raises if you were to assume that, like, objective reality was getting overwritten. And I think the only reason anyone really believes that is because there's a line in the first game where Harry says that. He says it's being invaded by the other world. Someone's nightmarish delusions come to life, or whatever. And people are taking his educated guess as a fact, which makes no... Pick up the ammo, Harry. I mean, James, what are you doing? Pick it up. Alright. It makes no sense to use his, like, statement as, like, proof, because he has no idea what's happening. He's getting lied to the whole game by Dahlia. So it makes no sense that what he says there is, like, indicative of how everything works. But also, like, how are you going to explain the fact that, like, there's... When you're in the other world, there's, like, you don't come across other people that often. There's barely anyone in the town. A lot of the infrastructure is fucked up. There's, like, endless bottomless pits and bottomless chasms, and there's just so much shit that's just fucked up and corrupted and all that. And it's just like, the way that people explain it when they talk about the single dimension theory is like, oh, it's Silent Hill, that means it's magic and it just works that way. But that's just not really a satisfactory explanation. Because it just doesn't answer the fact of, like, where does everyone go, and why doesn't anyone remember what if they're being transported away? Why don't they remember it? And why isn't there anyone from, like, neighboring areas that notices all this and never reports on it? Because there's a lot of evidence that kind of confirms that it is a regular resort town in the real world. Characters in 2 that overlap or relate with 1 or 3. In 2, none of the characters are really referenced in 1, and they don't really have any connection with it. 2 is really largely standalone, but there is one character in 2 that is mentioned, and you only ever hear about him off screen, named Walter Sullivan, and he's in Silent Hill 4. He's like the main antagonist in that game. But he himself, he's got a direct relationship to Dahlia from the first game, because he was, as a kid, he was, like, kind of recruited into the cult, or born into it, which is how he learned about a lot of the stuff that he winds up doing in that game. But that's really the only connections with that. 2 is mostly standalone. And, yeah, there's, like, Silent Hill 3 is pretty much a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. So that's the game that's got direct relationship to a previous game in that way. Right, Burning Man. It doesn't say anything. It's Burning Man. Okay. But yeah, that's 436 people at a recital. More cult stuff. So yeah, that's really, like, the only this type of stuff here, like that, these images and stuff. That's, like, the closest there is to a connection to the first game. Just the idea, the fact that it's the same cult historically that this stuff's all about. But 2 is mostly self-contained, just with the story, with James's story and the characters that are in it. But yeah, that's my little rant about that whole, like, the nature of the other world. I'm still thinking about making a video about that. And this, you don't see, like, a creature and James stares up. You can actually kill this creature, whatever it is, but it can't hurt you, and it's just a thing that a lot of people are. Tablet of the Oppressor. Cult presence. So there's not any overt cult presence in this game, and it's something that I kind of like. It's really subtle. The cult stuff is just on the outskirts of the story. So there's a hidden ending that you can get where you can only get it on a New Game Plus, and it spawns items that you can only find in a New Game Plus, and if you collect them all, you get a hidden ending where James does a ritual that was created by the cult to try to resurrect a certain someone. And there's also like a side scenario in this game where you play as Maria where... Wait, what? Mike. What? What just happened? It was locked, and that's wild. But yeah, that's there's a side scenario where you play as Maria where there's a character who asks you to collect cult items so he can try the exact same ritual that James can do in the main game for a different person. So that is that stuff. And I think that's really well done, because there's been a lot of people in the fandom that complained about the cult existing at all in the games, and I think that's really dumb, because cult is important in how they are at least partially responsible for a lot of the shit that even lets the other world even be a thing. But yeah, there's no real overt cult presence in this game. Oh, this is where I gotta put the tablets in. Okay. 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. I don't know which order I gotta put them in, actually. That's some real good trippy shit there. I don't know if there's like a thing that... Okay. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins. Written on top of the painting. Beneath the painting are 3 square depressions. Okay, it doesn't actually tell me. I don't know what the correct order is, and I don't think there's any document that really hints at it. That's really cool. So yeah, that audio you hear where it just sounds like there's like a fucking horse or something, that's just, you know, that gets everyone. And when I first played this game, I thought there was just gonna be like a new monster or something, but yeah. The oppressor, gluttonous pig, the seductress. I don't know. Examine. There's like a woman being raped or sexually assaulted. Examine. Guess this guy's like taking a dump, holding up some fucking corn on cob or something. I don't know what he's doing. Oh yeah, he's the gluttonous pig, so he's just eating something while on a shitter. Just can't stop eating. And we've got the seductress. I guess she's just some representation of... Alright, I'm gonna just put them in the order of this. I don't know if it's gonna work. I really don't remember how you're supposed to know which order besides just brute forcing it. Maybe it doesn't matter. I really don't know. Let's see if anything happens. Okay. Alright. Did that work? Was that the right thing to do? What did that do? I don't know. Alright, so I guess I did it right, because it's not letting me get them out. Yeah, that fucking death growl. Fuck. Oh, there's a thing on the door now. Horseshoe. Alright, so that's how now I gotta go all the way to the other side to go to that thing over there. That fucking sound was like a fucking outtake from the Twisted Metal 4 Deaf Sound audition. Either that or they just murdered someone in the fucking studio while they were making this game. Let's get to that safe spot, because we have done a lot. Oh no, we gotta turn around and go back up again. Oh shit. Okay. Is this the right place? How did I get here? No. Alright. I don't know how I got all the way over here, but... Okay. Go up to the top. Alright, let's get to that one save room, which is... Alright, the door... the furthest end on the left, I guess? This one, I think? Maybe? Yeah. Progress has been made. Yeah, this game's kind of, you know, this game is definitely the one in the series that people just jerk off to the hardest, like in the fandom, and it's just been that way for a long time, which is actually kind of ironic because when this game originally came out, it was not popular at all with fans and critics. I mean, it got okay scores, but a lot of people complained about they complained about the combat not being that much of a step up from the first game. They complained about how there's way too much wandering around aimlessly on the streets, and people didn't like the story because they were confused by it and nothing made sense to them. That was what people both in America and in Japan and elsewhere, like, that was like a really common sentiment. So the fact that people think, and it also sold, I think, less than the first game did. So, like, people, like, today, people worship it, and that, you know, it's fine and everything, but people think that it was always that way, and it just wasn't. People worship this game a lot, but yeah, like, historically, that was why Silent Hill 3 was, like, as different as it was. It was in response to, like, all the criticisms from the second game. So, like, 3, instead of it being, like, a self-contained, like, super cerebral, psychological story, it was more about, like, it's a sequel to the first game. And it's pretty easy to understand. Like, there's not really anything really difficult to really make out in terms of, you know, getting it, but... And there's like a grand total of like 5 minutes worth of outdoor exploration, and most of the combat, like, the combat was definitely a lot better because Heather has like a parry attack, or a parry technique, not attack. She can parry and block and counter attack, and there's like way more melee weapons, and the combat is not as brain dead as in this game, and etc., etc. You know, it's just... As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. Very ominous. I don't know. This door... It's a nice, weird morgue. We got... Corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? He had a different... Hey, I think you mentioned it to me before, but I don't think I, first saw him. Make sure I didn't... Alright, that's locked. Alright. He had a different comment on one of these things, but then, like, it just stopped saying it for some reason. But yeah, like, I don't see how anyone can argue that, like, this game, all these games happen in the real world and it's just being overwritten. It's just too impossible, even when you're talking about supernatural stuff. Like, this prison is somehow located beneath a museum, and then this is like the 4th hole that I've jumped down where it's just a bottomless pit, and he survives inexplicably. Like, how can this be? Like, it's just... If you're gonna say that it's somehow being overtaken by the other world, you're gonna have to explain how he's able to travel to places that physically do not exist in the real world. I don't know, I'm just nerding the fuck out about this shit. 'Cause that's how Silent Hill fans tend to be, and I'm one of them. Just get really passionate about minutia that doesn't even really matter in the long run, because the series is fucking dead. But it's still a thing that comes up in the fandom a lot. It's just hilarious how it's just people take sides like it's a fucking, like, just looking at an item. Yeah, this elevator that also takes you super far down, even further. One movie that this game, well, not this game, but Silent Hill 3 actually took direct inspiration from was this movie called Session 9. I don't know if you've ever seen or heard of that movie, but if you haven't seen it, we definitely need to unison watch it at some point, because it's a psychological horror movie where it takes place in our reality, but it's like some really wild shit starts happening. And it's such a good movie. I haven't seen it in a long ass time, but yeah, it's like if this was like reality, like who would even build this, and how would this even happen? Like, how would he be able to jump down these holes and just not even be hurt, and then have an elevator on top of that? It's called Session 9. Came out in 2001, and another area where they don't even give you a map. Oh, he just draws one as he moves along. Ladder. Alright, we're not going there yet. Load this fucking gun. So I don't get stun locked doing it in the fucking outside of the menu. Another ladder, okay. This is gonna be something. I'm gonna go down the other one. There's 2 ladders here, so there's 3? What the fuck? Why is it so fucking hot? Oh shit, these things. Oh yeah, this is that optional room where you can find Pyramid Head's weapon. So yeah, you can totally do that, and it's such a weird... You can somehow pick this thing up and just use it. When you have it, you can only move this fast, and it takes 9 years to swing it. And there's a strat that someone devised like way back when this game came out, where there's a fight later in the game where you gotta fight like 2 Pyramid Heads at the same time, and you can like go to a corner, and if you position yourself right, the knife will like bounce off the wall and hit both of them and just keep stun locking them. Oh shit! Alright. How much damage did that do? Not a horrific amount. Alright, where are we? Took a ladder down. I took a ladder up. Okay. So this is... That one takes you up. Is this the same place? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think Pyramid always spawns there, like, but I just totally forgot that he actually can spawn there. And he's got a fucking spear that time. He didn't have the knife, so that's an interesting touch. Because I guess technically I picked up the knife, so he doesn't have it anymore. Oh, come on. Yeah, thanks. Reload. I use one of those. Yeah, I've played, so I don't think I've ever played the PC version, but I played the Xbox version way, way back. And I actually liked that game because of that. It had really good atmosphere, and I remember it having, it had like this little system where like other soldiers would be they had like their own mental states, their own psyche health thing. So like other people would get paranoid and stop trusting you as much, and outright sometimes they would get hostile because there was also that mechanic where people could get infected and they could like transform, and I thought that shit was like really fucking cool. Yeah, I'd have to. I'd probably be better off trying to like emulate the Xbox version because I don't know what's up. Like maybe it's my copy of Windows or what, but like certain old games just never launch for some reason. Like the splash screen might come up and that'll be about it, and then it just won't launch the game. And I don't know. I don't know if that's like an issue with the drivers or what, but or if it's something broken in Windows. But it's been like that ever since I built this PC. But yeah, if I can see that. Um, that it works on Xbox emulation pretty well, that'd be good. Right, yeah, so this room changes in real time as you move that puzzle thing around, so you gotta figure out which way lets you move on to the thing. It's not that one. Okay, is this the right one? Yeah. There's another ladder that I think I didn't go down, but I don't know if I actually missed anything. Well, okay. Suddenly Maria, who we saw get
You're
murdered
alive.
in the hospital earlier.
Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
Yeah, fucking
So,
hella
you're Maria.
spoilers.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Yeah, that's pretty much the big climax, plot-wise. If she says anything else. Probably does if you just wait around a bit. But yeah, like that, I get why a lot of people worship this game. Like, it's, for the time when it came out, video games hadn't really done this type of storytelling where, okay. Yeah, video games hadn't really done this type of storytelling where it's like a complete psychological thriller and horror at the same time. And it really does, like, take you by surprise when you, like, go through and a lot of things start making sense with, you know, the nature of how everything's working out, especially with Maria. But, you know, it's... Alright, I don't know where I'm supposed to actually use these wire cutters at. Oh, I think there was, like, another door somewhere. Yeah, fucking... Go ahead and save. Depending on how far you got when you played, I don't think you're really missing out too much, because it's mostly just a lot of atmosphere stuff in the first half of the game, and then when you get to the hospital, that's where things like start picking up with, I guess you could say, System Shock 2. So I tried to play it, I think like literally a decade ago, because I had a buddy that wanted, he'd like entertained the idea of us doing co-op on it, and it booted up. I was like on Windows. I think I was probably still on Windows Vista when I tried to play it. It was either Vista or Service Pack, or I mean Windows 7. But anyway, I had booted it up and it worked, but the controls were just awful, and I was struggling to rebind them. And I don't know what it was, but I just like didn't go back to it. I didn't have like a real negative opinion of the game itself. It was just like, I knew it was just this really old, janky game, and I was gonna have to probably get like a fan-made patch or something to kind of make it less janky in terms of quality of life. But I think there's already been like a huge community-made thing about that, because I've heard about it. And I think there's a team making like an actual remake of it. Yeah, because that seems to be a game that's also really all about the atmosphere. And this is just a blank room. There's nothing in this room. Yeah, I should get that game. I've definitely been planning on streaming more in January anyway, because I've just not been doing it that much this whole year. So I'll probably actually get around to doing that. This whole place is not marked on the map. Fucking Pain's got like the slowest draw time speed. Oh, yeah. So 1 is the one getting remade. I remember I watched a video from this one guy named... I think his name was The Mandalore on YouTube. And he did coverage of the remake of System Shock 1. And I remember hearing about System Shock 3 for a long time. I guess they're still making it, but it's been quite some time. I don't know if I've even been down here yet. Alright, this looks like a different area. Ladder. Yeah, okay. I guess that's the only place I can go. Alright, this should be where I need to head. This whole area goes on so goddamn long. I love getting attacked by enemies I can't see. Reload. Jesus. Oh yeah, fucking Spec Ops. Yeah. I think it's called Spec Ops Stealth Patrol, but yeah, it was a super weird budget game that came out at that time, and it's known for just being awful, and I had it as a kid because my mom knew that I really liked, you know, just spy stuff and military themed stuff anyway. And but yeah, like I kinda liked it as a kid, but that was back when no one really knew how to make a good military style game, and it was kinda atmospheric, but it's just such a bad game. And it's gonna be hilarious to see your fucking reaction to it. Oh my god. Yeah, there's definitely a ton of shit I'd like to watch you just fucking stream. I remember I used to stream like Quake World back in the day, but I could never really like watch it live because my connection was just like a non-existent. Where like, all right, so this game, one thing this game likes to do is just play sounds, like really weird sounds that don't play anywhere else. And when you're wearing headphones, it really sounds like it's in your room, and that's just really weird and creepy. Silent Hill 3 did the same thing, except they did it even more creepier. Yeah, that's Pyramid Head. There's a room in this area in Silent Hill 3 where, like, you go to it and you're on the top floor, according to the map. But you hear footsteps that sound like they're coming from the floor above you, but there is no floor above you, but there's somehow sounds coming from it. That's just like a really good usage of like kind of binaural, like fake 3D or simulated 3D audio, but like it's as well that a lot of games don't do that. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out where do I gotta go. I know there's this other ladder. Came from that one, and there's this one. Let's see what's up it. Newspaper. It's stained with blood. Partially legible. The body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco, a lumberjack aged 39, was discovered in the probably bedroom lying face down. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, the police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery or something of crime of passion. Yeah, so that message is kind of like dropping off a big hint that it's about Angela, who's another character. I don't know if you remember her from this game, but she was sexually abused by her father. That's her backstory. You can actually see... Okay, so I'm using like a widescreen patch that was made by like players. So this game wasn't really meant to be looked at in widescreen, but you can actually see the other room on the other side of this door actually rendered already. That's kind of fucking crazy. Okay, I did not want to look at the newspaper. Shit. There we go. This might be a boss battle. I think that's why the newspaper's there. There's another area back there, but... Yeah, she's the one with the knife. I kind of want to go back down and look at whatever room I probably missed, but... And there's newspapers all over the room to just drive the point home further. Yeah, so you look at these walls and you look at those pistons and yeah, the symbolism. Fuck you. Alright, yeah, this fucker... He does hella damage, I think. Fuck you! He just grabs you from like 10 miles away. Out. Yeah, so in case it wasn't clear, that boss looks like there is a larger masculine figure over top of a smaller feminine figure.
Okay?
Yeah, it's just... Yep.
Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
Yeah, I can totally get why people fell in love with this game. I mean, this game is fucking crazy when you think about the shit that they did in it, like this. And to tackle a topic like that real people have suffered through, like, I don't even want to imagine what people who were like actual victims of sexual assault who played this game felt when they got to this part. Like, I don't even want to even imagine. Like, it's just like, holy fuck, man. And then you got the Eddie thing with his whole backstory of just being fucking bullied horrendously when he was, you know, younger or whatever. That was his whole character arc, and... yeah. Alright, so... this puzzle... his face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hung for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. Right? Yeah, Silent Hill 1 had the whole drug side plot that a lot of people like to ignore for some reason. Like the police corruption. This man was hung for the crime of counterfeiting. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hung for the crime of thievery. Justice and revenge have been served. It's kind of creepy how they outright call it revenge, honestly. This man was hung for the crime of arson. Justice and revenge. This man was hung for the crime of murder. This man was hung for the crime of kidnapping. Alright, so got kidnapping, murder. This guy was arson, I think? Yep, arson. Thievery. Counterfeiting. Swindling. Imagine, like, executing people for, like, almost... I think, like, 4 out of 6 of those aren't really murder-worthy or execution-worthy. Maybe even arson, but depends on... Anyway, what we got here? Which door? I think, yeah, you go around here. There's, like, another door with, like... Okay. Gotta remember how this whole thing works. 6 nooses around here. Dead men, swinging in the tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray. Watch them as they twist and sway. Look at jaywalking. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in the frying pan. Served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. Holy shit. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. God damn. Breaking into a home at night, the thief, he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. Okay. The artist, with his daunting skill, tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in rain, he was undone. When the ink he'd used did start to run. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into night. 3 houses into ashes burned, the sheriff with no place to turn, did spy a stranger to his town, locked him up and beat him down. Alright, so this one's different. You've got a corrupt sheriff. So the arsonist is innocent. Dead men, swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide. Round their necks, the noose be tied. This is like super deep in the game. I think, like, after this area, we go to the the hotel. And that's like the final big chunk of gameplay, and then you have the final boss battle. So I think that's probably like, I don't know how much longer this segment is. I think we leave this place after I beat this puzzle. But I gotta remember how this puzzle actually works, because I think I've done this thing so many times, but I don't remember. I'm gonna make a save state. The arsonist is the one that's innocent, and I guess you pull... I guess what you do is pull all the ones except the arson. I think this guy was the arson. So you would leave that one there. Pull these. Or maybe the only one you pull is the fucking... I don't know. I don't know how I don't remember this completely. The only thing I remembered correctly was that one of the guys was innocent out of the 6. I don't think you're supposed to pull all of them. It feels like you were supposed to pull the one that was innocent. But if you fucked up, then how would it really, like, what would it do to the other room? I guess we're gonna find out. And I hope the one that I didn't pull was actually Arsonist. I think it was the one that was in the bottom left or whatever, the bottom right. No fucking idea. The thing about this game is it actually has this. So this game and Silent Hill 3 have difficulty levels that are separate. There's one for like the action level, and that's like, you know, the combat and everything, and then there's one for riddle, and so that you can set the riddle to like hard. I think this game actually has an extra. It goes easy, medium, hard, and then extra for the riddle. So there's like an extra level of difficulty for the riddles, the puzzles. Or that maybe that was 3 that had extra. But yeah, like I've never tried those before, but I've just heard that they are just absolute, like, beyond moon logic. Alright, so I didn't pull Arsonist. But I pulled the others. Nothing changed in here, so I guess I was supposed to pull... I guess I was supposed to pull the arson one. Which is also fucked up when you think about it. Now there's like 50 enemies to punish me, I guess. Oh my god. Great time to reload. Alright. So the arson, we gotta pull that one, and I guess that solves it, which is really, really macabre. Okay. So now we go back to that room. That's so fucked up. Like, I know it has to be because it's Silent Hill, but like, just the idea that like you're mocking, like you're mimicking an execution of like the one guy that was innocent. Yeah, he dropped something. Body's gone. Key of the persecuted. Yep. Fucking Jesus, man. Right, so I guess with that we can leave this fucking place. Theoretically. I hope I'm going the right way. I have no fucking idea. Let's get some healing done. He left by prisoner was wrongly executed. I guess that's what you need the key for. Oh, but I don't need like another item to fucking... Alright. Reload my gun. And then it's just a regular door. Which somehow leads to Maria, who is...
Maria?
Once again...
Maria?
Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why?
This is the second time she gets killed, basically.
Mary.
You have exercised at
Oh,
most
shit.
discernment. Far beyond that of the layman.
Thank you for the follow, Jay-Z Rich. Alright, was there anything in that room? There's nothing more that I can do here. I don't want to, but I'll have to just leave her here like this. Yeah. Alright, so... Oh, this is open now. Some health. Alright. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. He scratched up the reed. Can't complain about shotgun rounds. Miriam K. Traitor. What does that even mean in this context? He's looking at something. Oh, the ammo. Walter Sullivan. Yeah, that's some definite weirdness right there. Let's see what we got over here. Deep hole, but nothing inside. Eddie Dombrowski. Huh. Eddie's got a grave. Angela's got a grave. Another ampoule. James Sunderland. Another hole we're just gonna jump down. Now there's like cold mist. Oh.
Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
The worst thing you could possibly say in this scenario.
I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Okay. James takes 9 years and a day to fire this gun, so I'm gonna try to stun lock him with the pistol. Okay, he's just tanking it. Some really inspired combat we got here. Got rifle's just too. Unsurprisingly, this whole area looks like a meat locker, like just a storage, because he has been bullied for being overweight, you see. This is representative of that, kinda.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
God. You just get stuck in place, like when you fire, he just stands still for like 3 years. Oh my god. Getting stun locked in animations is my favorite gameplay mechanic. Move! Oh my god. Why would you keep your fucking arm up? Oh, what's up, Rise? Yeah, man, likewise. Hope you had a fantastic holiday season time. Oh, he's like, he's reloading? Got him. Rest in peace, Eddie.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a...
Yeah, it was pretty good. I just hung out, really. I slept for like half of the day, but after that I just, you know, had some good food, enjoyed other people. Pretty much the best type of thing you can hope for.
Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that 3-year thing. Let's see. It's not like I can't like examine the body. It's kind of weird. All right, we are gonna. So it's like those graves that we saw were foreshadowing Eddie's demise and everything like that. Angela. Damn, 10 years. Yeah, that definitely had to have been somewhat awkward at the minimum. Keep off. So there's this thing, I remember on hard mode, if you play this on hard action mode or whatever, you're supposed to head towards that light. But they completely changed the way that this boat controls. And I don't even know what the controls are on I don't remember what they are, but it's really different on hard mode, and it's just like, so many people have had issues with it. I don't know what the controls are, the game doesn't tell you. I don't even know why they make you do it that way, but you do. I have to manually row my way over there. At least what I remember. Or is it just automatic on normal? Okay. Alright, so I guess just holding... Yeah, I'm playing it on an emulator. This is the PS2 Greatest Hits version. Alright, I have not seen the light at all yet. Please don't tell me that the light doesn't get rendered or something. Alright. And it doesn't show me which direction I'm facing. That's really good. Okay, there's the light. Gonna just understeer my way towards it. Yeah, the PC port had a lot of issues because it just could not understand the newer operating systems, but I forget what it's called, but yeah, there's a fan-made, there's a big like community fix that just not only fixes most of that, but also just enhances a bunch of other stuff, quality of life, and enhances the visuals and things like that. Yep, just rowing this boat. They decided this needed to be a thing. We're getting close. Almost there. It's kind of funny because I remember Silent Hill 3 on the PC was like almost flawless in comparison. Like, I never really had issues running that on PC for some reason, but that was, I haven't played it on Windows, I haven't tried it on Windows 10 before, so I don't know if it works out the box. Seto Boda. Boat zone. I know they said that Gran Turismo 7 was on that NVIDIA leak earlier this year, like back in September. I forget what it's called, but I think it was like NVIDIA streaming service or whatever. But there was a big list of games that were on that, and a lot of those games turned out to be legit. The sound. Hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Yeah, so Gran Turismo 7 was in that list, and I don't know if that's just like an error or something, but there were other Sony games in that list that have since been confirmed. And I would love to see GT7 on PC, but I don't know if they're really going to do it. Little Mermaid music box. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water's coming out. That would just be great, because then I would not have to spend like $600 to buy a PS5, but I'm definitely going to get that game. Yeah, Tekken 8. I think I remember hearing about that. Like, the only thing that I can see stopping them from doing it would be, like, crossplay. Because I don't think any of the Sony, any of the current Sony games has, like, multiplayer on PC, but I'm not really sure. But I know they confirmed that they're bringing Uncharted 4 to PC. Like, they confirmed that. Uncharted 4 and the other side game that it got, Lost Legacy, I think. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312? That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe hotel map for guess. But yeah, like, those Uncharted games had multiplayer, and I don't know if they are going to have it on PC, but... And I don't think they would even release a GT on PC without having the multiplayer, because they're really serious about that sport mode. And it would be a travesty for it to not have multiplayer. Cafe Toluca. Did I come here to store? Yeah, it'd just be nice to not have to... I mean, I wouldn't mind buying a console for GT7, or, you know, because I know I would play that game. I would put an insane amount of hours into it to kind of, like, justify the cost, but yeah, PC would just be nice. Worthless handgun bullets, rifle ammo. Yeah, let's reload.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Okay, that's weird. I did not realize that my mic was. I've got like a whole time my mic was just. So I've got like a noise gate set up, and I clearly don't have it tuned properly. Try to like cut down on background noise. So I guess when I was talking, because I must have like I think I must have grazed like the volume button on my mic, and it like put it below the threshold to pick up my voice. And I would have noticed that if I had like multiple monitors where I can actually see the audio level tab. But I don't. So, whoops. Anyway, I guess I'm audible again. Alright, we just found that briefcase. And now we gotta figure out. Oh yeah, so I meant to stream this like back in October because of the whole Spooktober thing, but I don't know, I just kept getting distracted. Jesus. I heard like a voice when I ran by one of these rooms. Okay. Alright, so that's weird. My mic, yeah, I've got like a noise gate set up on here, and I didn't realize that I had it tuned very badly. So I was like talking and no one could hear me, and that's really great. But it looks like it's working now, so I never put a lot of time into like actually making sure I had it tuned properly, because I'm not smart, and values and all that are just not labeled in the layman type way. But we got two doors that clearly can be unlocked. Yeah, so to answer the question about what made me replay this, I meant to play this back in October, and I just, because of the whole Spooktober thing, and I don't know what happened. I just kept getting distracted by other stuff, and never got around to it. And then I was like, I'm gonna stream it in November, and then the entirety of November went by, and I didn't do it. So now here I am at the end of December, finally getting around to doing it. We got two doors that look like they can be opened. No idea where I'm gonna get those keys. Alright, where are we? Can't go in there. Maybe we can go over here. I don't know. Train. Yeah, Silent Hill 4. I'd be down to do that whenever we can make sure we're both there for it, because Silent Hill 4 is a weird game for me. I never beat it myself. I would always I played it, the demo way back in the day, and then I wound up just never buying it for some reason, and I only ever like watched playthroughs of it on YouTube. And that game's got some game design problems that I never really liked, but I've always kind of felt like, playing through it and like just to get the full experience. So yeah, I'll probably acquire that ISO soon and do that. That'd be interesting, because it'd pretty much be like a fresh playthrough for me. So it'd be pretty fresh for both of us, honestly, because I never really just truly experience that game, I guess. All right, so we can't go through any of these doors. I guess we gotta take the elevator. If it even works. Button doesn't work. All right, that's good. My favorite personally has swapped between 1 and 3 a lot. But it would definitely be either 1 or 3. I'd probably 1, honestly, even though it's got a lot of issues on its own on a gameplay standpoint. It's mostly for me, I like the atmosphere, and I think Harry is just like awesome because he's like probably one of the best video game dads of all time, just because he literally went through hell and back to try to find his daughter. But this game's got an incredible, probably the best atmosphere in the whole series, probably, honestly. Downpour's got really good atmosphere, but I've never like truly played through that game either. I tried to in an emulator, in a PS3 emulator, but my PC is just too much of a potato, can't handle it. I really like in real life, I like rain a lot. Like I like the weather of rain. It's just super relaxing, and I've always liked it since I was a kid, and that game is all about that on an aesthetic level. So I've got a soft spot for it, but yeah, I definitely get why 2 is so revered. We can't. All right, we can't get through that, so I don't know. Yeah, I just heard someone say James. I guess that was. I don't know where they want me to go now. Room 312 is not here. All right, Jay-Z Rich, appreciate you fucking stopping by. I'm glad you had a good time while you were here. And yeah, Laura's just. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you know, it's always cool. Silent Hill lore is always fun to talk about. All right, so I guess the cloakroom is the one with the. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too, man. Hope you have a good time. Whatever you plan to do. All right, so cloakroom. I don't think we have any items that can open that. Oh, maybe this is for the thing. Yeah, for that briefcase. I mean, I would hope so. Yeah, it was. Okay, that explains everything. What do we got? Key to hotel room 204. All right. Let's see what's in there. Where it is 204. I think it's on the left. Yeah, it's up there. What's in here? Some side closet stuff that we can't enter. What's he looking at? Employee elevator key. That's gonna let us get where we need to get. Anything else? Oh, there's like a hidden room. Another suitcase rather. Oh, this is like the adjacent door. That's unlocked. Photos just scattered all over the bed. What's this? He says. Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. So I guess we're going to figure out how to get that off. Then we've got this thing here. Is this game hard? I wouldn't say it's hard at all. Like when it comes to the like the combat's pretty easy, but when it comes to the puzzles, you can actually change the difficulty of it, and you can make the puzzles be either easier or just normal or hard or extra hard, I think. I've never tried it above normal difficulty. Yeah, this game's got some pretty good lighting. Now we gotta make our way to the elevator. I think overall this game looks really good visually. Did a really good job of tech that they had. Right. Elevator. If it's scary, I mean, it depends on who's doing the experiencing and the observing. Like, if this game is more about psychological horror than it is about, like, jump scares, even though it does have some jump scares in it. But yeah, it's more about, like, a kind of cerebral save. This might be the part that I remember where you gotta, like, put all your gear thing to actually be able to press. And those hanging, nothing interesting. So it's empty. Let's heal. Okay. Weight allowance. 1 person. Something written over the button. I remember the first time I had that happen to me, I thought it did a thing similar to, like, how in the original Metal Gear Solid, when Snake gets in that one elevator later on in the game, and, like, it says it's over the weight limit, even though it's just him in there, and then it turns out there's 4 other guys in there. I thought this game was gonna do that, and that there was gonna be, like, some invisible creature, but in actuality, you gotta, like, come to the shelf, and you gotta put literally all your gear on the shelf. All your weapons. I think even your pictures and stuff. Maybe even the flashlight. I think you gotta do that too. Yeah, you gotta... I think you can leave these 2 in there, and there's actually a reason for that. Let's see. Oh yeah, the letter actually, like, the ink on it disappears as the game goes on. Let's see. Still over the weight limit, so I guess I gotta put the flashlight in. Or if that's still... Yeah, these are the only 2 items you're allowed to have. And one of which is, like, seemingly... Yeah, there's lore behind that. I think we gotta go to the basement. Can't, apparently. Well, you can go to the first floor, apparently. It's another map. Yeah. Employee map. I guess it's got, like, extra stuff on it. navigate these areas with no light and with no means of getting our health back. Yeah, me and Cy were talking about that earlier, about just like the sheer themes that they explore in this game. Alright, we got the music box. One of them. We got 2 total. It's really a shame that there hasn't really been more games that tackle like real heavy stuff and actually does it well. In all these years. Fruit smell rotten, apparently. Tea bags and cookies are all past their expiration dates. And they keep like cock teasing about the new Silent Hill game, like at the Game Awards recently. Guillermo del Toro like name dropped. I don't think he name dropped it, but or maybe he did, but he was like, oh yeah, it should really be cool if someone made another one of those. And it's like they keep doing these teases like every year, and it's just like, come on. But then again, Konami did officially say that they are making like another Silent Hill game, but no one really knows like who's making it or what it's gonna be like. I am not gonna go down yet. I'm gonna check these other doors up here. Kind of OCD like that. Million rooms. Got. All right, there's the tape. Can opener. Okay. I was gonna need that anyway. Anything else? Nothing inside. Phone operator, laundry room. Yeah, it's like a million rooms. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. Huh. Rifle shells for the rifle that I do not have with me right now. Over there. Letters are closed. Too dark to read the map. Alright, so all that stuff's blocked off. All we can do is go down. Yeah, I can take or leave fixed camera angles most of the time, but I wouldn't mind if someone really nailed it. Oh god. Yeah. Alright, we got some health. What's this? Bar key. Why would a bar key be down here? I don't mind like third-person cameras myself, but it really depends on if the level design and the enemy design and all that stuff's really like if you're gonna do like that type of camera, like a third person over the shoulder, you really gotta make sure that the level design and enemy design and a lot of that stuff is also, oh god, oh, is also like well done. All right, now we got like a ton of health, so we don't gotta worry about dying. Looking at something. Refrigerator. What's over here? All right, we got a can. What's in this can? Let's open it. Light bulbs. What? We have a fucking light bulb. Light bulbs in a can. Alright, now we gotta figure out. Right. I think we put it in this machine over here, because that just makes sense. Oh no, we gotta put it in this thing. Lamp. Well, ugh, no light bulb. Does this work? I don't know what that was for. I don't know what that was all about. I put this light bulb in this lamp. I guess it lets me... What? I don't know what... Why was this a thing? Why did that need to happen? That's something on the ground in the elevator that I don't want to walk into yet. And there's enemies. What's this? Can of thinner. Okay, I guess that's what we're gonna use to reveal that code. Alright, can we read the map? Alright, is there anything back there? There's 2 rooms and a stairway. I don't know if I can get in there or not. Okay, good. I can go up here. Which I don't know where I'm actually going. Okay. So we got the bar key and we got the thinner. I guess we can now go back to... Where's that place that had our stuff in it? I don't know. Is it upstairs? Where were we? Alright. Okay, the elevator doesn't work, so that's cool. Alright. Can't get over there. I don't think I went to the right place. Alright, what do we got here? Did we get... Oh. I probably should have went into that one elevator that was already there. Alright, we got the videotape and the thinner and a music box. Alright, maybe I should just backtrack and go... This is where we came from, right? Oh. Think. What? It got hit somehow. Okay, it just doesn't work. That was a waste. Alright, guess I gotta take the other, maybe these stairs? I don't think this one leads anywhere, though. Might be wrong. Okay. Too dark to read the map. Of course it is. It's just too dark everywhere. Read anything. This is the one part I don't think I ever liked. Like, I liked the hotel, but my God. Trying to get through all this. Okay. At least they let you get all your stuff back, like, instantly. Let's get the old shiny out. Reload it. And we gotta go find that one room. That had the thing in it. Okay. Alright, where's that room? Elevator. There's a check mark there, so we got the thing that's there. Ah, okay. Go this way. Alright, we're making progress. I think when we I don't know. I don't remember the order of things. Gonna there's the pink dinner here. Got it. Wonder what ending I'm gonna get on this game. Over. The letters that it scrolls through is so weird. Alright, now we got all the music boxes, so I guess we can do that now. We just gotta figure that out. It's just where you... Alright. Go back. This door. And head down. Alright, now we can try to figure this out. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. That was Snow White, right? Snow White was the Sleeping Beauty. Pink. And then seat of the princess who spoke no words. Maybe that was... I mean, Cinderella talked, right? This one says... Okay, I did not want to take that other one. Alright, see the princess who fled at midnight. That's Cinderella, right? I don't really remember these fables. Or maybe that's Little Mermaid. Maybe that is Little Mermaid. Is it? Or Cinderella. Did Cinderella run? No fucking idea. I'm just gonna wing it. I know the one in the middle is that's Snow White. And if we don't get the right thing, then we'll just swap those. That's the only thing it can be. Okay, so I guess we got it right. I don't know what that did, but... Oh. Okay. Key to door from stairway to 3rd floor hall. Alright. Hey, we're gonna get somewhere, fellas. I think that's to the left over there is how we get there. Right, so this has to be where you use that key. I can't think of anything else. Yeah, alright. We're on the 3rd floor. We got 312. Is the rooms? I don't know if you can even go there yet. Locked. I'm gonna try everything before I go there. Locked. Locked. Elevator. Not work. Yeah, you're railroaded pretty much. Looks like a landscape. Yep. It's just getting real. Television here, even when it's plugged in, all I get is snow. What? Is that what he refers to as static? Wait, what? I don't know what to do. No idea. Or maybe I have to... Okay, I gotta be in front of the VCR and not the TV, apparently. Realism.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Well,
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura,
this
I'm sorry.
big reveal.
Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James? Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm here. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? Please, James.
Now the hotel looks completely different. It looks more like what it would have looked like after the fire happened. And I also have no idea where I need to go. One thing I remember is that a lot of these doors start to function a lot differently, where some of the doors just straight up teleport you to different rooms. And it's kind of trippy. Yeah, it looks like more what it would look like in the real world now that the illusion is starting to slip away. See, I think oh crap. Now it says there's nothing in an envelope when you examine it. Before there was even like a piece of paper, but it was blank, and now when you try to examine it, it just says there's nothing in the envelope. Some headphones here.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
And then when you try to use this flashlight, it just doesn't even work anymore. It's interesting how some of these doors are like marked as already like unopenable. That change? Oh, it's just like, nope, you can't go in there. Alright, so going through the 207 door brings me out of 204. And now I'm on the other side completely. So 202 takes you over to 220. What's in 219? .219 took me to 219. What? Alright, let's go to 216. Alright, 216 doesn't work. 212. 212 takes you over to 202. Alright, let's try 204. Forward takes you to 207. Have I gone through 201? Can't. Okay, I guess we're gonna go on the other side if I can remember which one takes us there. Alright, that takes us there. E20 is the only place that we haven't been. That takes us back here, so I guess there's not really anywhere. Yeah, we're just gonna go through. And there's a wall there. What's up here? Now 312 is just normal still. Observation room, maybe? Alright, so elevator doesn't work. We are basically at the end. I just gotta figure out where to go. Alright, is there any place I have not been over here? I can't get through that door. Even if I get over there, maybe I can get through that door, but alright, yeah, it looks like we really do have to. Yeah, I don't think I've gone on the right side all the way. I was in that hallway, but I don't think I like went through it all the way. So I'm gonna try that. Yeah, it's one of these is gonna take me over there. Alright, now I'm on that side. Okay, let's try to go to this door over here. Ah. Now we can try. Maybe the elevator here just works suddenly. It does. I don't know what floor. It's the basement. Whoa, whoa, what? Yeah, the reason why it's delaying is because for some reason, whenever I go like into the map or switch rooms in the game, the emulator lags OBS for like a millisecond, and like that's just been adding up over the 4.5 hours I've been streaming, and it creates this weird delay. There's a ton of health drinks. Alright, where am I? I basically just head straight. Oh yeah, Angela.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Yep.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself.
Very ironic words. Considering one of the endings you can actually get in this game.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
can't follow her. She just keeps going. Poor Angela, man. This music. Yeah. Yep. And now you see this is basically what the hotel would have looked like after all the fire damage and everything. Which way do we go? There's an X in the lobby. I don't even know if we can get there or not. Then there's this other door on the right that we can. Red squares. Yeah, the dual pyramid fight.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
I don't know why there's two. That's always been something that people have speculated about, and I don't think even I've come up with like any real explanation. Yeah, that makes sense. He did take 2 lives, exactly. Ouch. There's actually a little known factoid about all the Pyramid Head boss battles in this game. You can actually beat these bosses without attacking them a single time, because there's an invisible timer, and if that timer runs out, the bosses will die automatically. But it takes a long time for it to actually happen that way. And it reminds me of the final boss of Silent Hill 1 also had a failsafe in it. If you went to the final boss battle with no ammo for any of your weapons, the boss would basically get insta-gibbed and you would win the battle. Because it would be unwinnable otherwise. Pyramid Head realizes that James doesn't need him anymore. So he just self-terminates. Time for the final confrontation. Looks like we can leave out the front door, technically. Or this one. Is this where we're headed?
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Yeah, I remember there's something like, if there's so much stuff in this game that you do that determines what ending you get. And I don't remember what listening to the full dialogue does, but it does something. I think it gives you one of the more positive endings, or it like leans you towards that. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of things. Like if you bump into Maria a lot whenever she's with you, and if you and how many times you go to check back on her while she's staying in that room, and if you attack her, and there's just so much stuff. If you like stay at low health, I did not notice that that thing falls when you get up here. I'd never noticed that before. If you like go through the game deliberately not using a lot of health and keeping your health low, that gives you one of the more worst endings.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, there's so many
I'm
things.
different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Jesus Christ, James. Okay. I love getting stung up. Good.
James.
I gotta do it.
James.
Had to do it to him. Had to do it to him.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life.
Got the leave
In my
ending.
restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm
Up to your
alone there
game.
now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is.
Yeah, I think Masahiro
The doctor
Ito,
came today.
the guy that did the creature
Told
design,
me I could go home for a
he
short
confirmed
stay.
on Twitter that James
It's not that
has
I'm getting better.
Mary's body
It's
like
just that
in the
this
car.
may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you
Streams is dropping a bunch
terribly,
of frames right now.
but I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I
Yeah,
can tell
Masahiro
how
Ito
hard
confirmed on
it is
Twitter
on
that
you.
like Mary's body is like actually in James's car. He said
I
he
don't
couldn't
know if
remember
you
if it's
hate
in the
me
back
or
seat or the
pity
trunk,
me.
but if you get the
Or maybe
rebirth
I
ending, he
just
has her body, so like
disgust you.
it definitely makes sense.
I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you.
Yep.
Even
The
though
letter
our life together
disappears as the game
had
goes
to
on.
end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you
after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
The voice actress for Mary/Maria did a fantastic job as well. Just pretty incredible. Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. Like, this is the game that even the people that made the game said that they originally wanted to make to begin with. And it's been 20 years, and it's just like, no one has put together like a story like this. It's insane. Yeah, I get why they did it though, because at the time, a lot of the reviewers were complaining about when Silent Hill 2 originally came out. A lot of the reviewers and even a lot of the fans were complaining about the story, how they didn't understand it, and how it didn't have anything to do with the first game. So I guess they took that criticism to heart. So when they made 3, it's basically just a complete direct sequel for the first game. Yeah, they knocked it out of the park. Yeah, I love it when games actually get like really well done stories and narratives and characters that you actually care about, and it's just a shame that it's such a rarity even today. Like for a game to come out like this in 2001, it's just nuts, you know? Like it's just like I love the song that plays in this the result. We got the leave ending, 32 saves, 6 hours, 16 minutes. 349 items. Yeah, this game had just such incredible music. What a game. And it's just crazy. Will it adjust to 3? That's interesting. Off the green filter. I don't know what this does. View control. I remember in the first game, if you switched it, you could give Harry like a over the shoulder view in the first game. Yeah, like James wasn't like some like ultra sympathetic hero because he did like an objectively kind of fucked up thing, even though his motives made sense. But yeah, the way it was handled. Oh, there was a headphone option the entire time. Didn't even notice. Yeah, he did like a terrible thing, and even though it's like understandable why he did it, it just goes so much deeper than just like a binary like good versus evil thing. And they just pulled off so many things so well with the narrative. It's just kind of it's a shame that this type of thing could not be done more often, even outside of this genre. Yeah, like even though what he did was terrible, it's like you can understand why he did it. Like he went through 3 years of just watching her deteriorate and all the mood swings and just frustrated in so many different ways, and he didn't want to see he really didn't want to see her suffer anymore, but at the same time he was also there was a part of him that was done with the burden of taking care of her and seeing her like that, and it's all combined to just this this one horrific act all around. And I remember there was actually I don't know how it got like revealed or found out, but someone found the original version of the videotape where it shows him killing her, and like it has the uncensored audio where you can actually hear her screaming and just like suffocating. And yeah, it is it is a trip, and I can see why they censored it because it was just like so insane. Like it's pretty hard to listen to. Yeah, yeah. I think his dad's name is Frank, and he says someone asked Frank about him in Silent Hill 4, and he basically says that he went to Silent Hill and no one ever saw him again. And if you think about it, it works out either way, because it doesn't really prove that there's like a canon ending, because either way it goes, regardless of what ending you get in this game, James has no choice but to disappear. Like in the Maria ending, it shows that he wasn't able to get over, like he learned nothing from like the whole journey, and he's just doomed to repeat the cycle over and over again with Maria, because she has that cough in the Maria ending, and it just suggests that he's not gonna be able to get past it, and it was still foggy, so he's probably just trapped in the other world. And in water, obviously he disappears because he kills himself, which is actually the original reason that he came to the town. And then in the Rebirth ending, he disappears because he goes psycho and he tries to use that ritual to bring her back to life, and we don't really know how it ends. And then in the Leave ending, he disappears because he has no choice but to disappear, because he kills Mary, and there's no way that he's going to be able to cover that up. Like, eventually someone's going to figure out that they find her body. Like, they're going to have to find her body somewhere, because he can't just, like, hide her and just, like, justify... Like, there's no story that he can make up that's going to check out. Like, he can't say that Mary ran away, because she's too sick to run away. Like, she can't do that. She can't escape. So he's gonna have to come clean if he decides to go back to wherever they lived, and he would have to go, like, the only way for him to like truly get away is to, like, he would have to run away and abandon his identity, and that would also mean I don't think he would be able to actually adopt Laura, because he would have to be on the run and be completely just a recluse to be able to get away. So there's really no true good ending. Like, he is screwed either way. Like, it's just different levels of being screwed, which, if you think about it, is kind of what he deserves, because, you know, what he did to begin with. So even in the Leave ending, it's not really like a sunshine rainbow type deal, because there's no way he can go back to a normal life after that. And yeah, it's just such a crazy game. Because of all of that. But yep, that's the stream. Goddamn, 5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna download Silent Hill 4 and probably play that soon. At some point in January. But anyway, that's the stream. Thanks everyone who came in and chilled and watched and hung out. Always appreciate people hanging out. Yeah, he killed Eddie too, so that's a good point. He could probably get away with that because no one's really gonna know that he did it, but he still did it. Like, eventually someone's gonna figure out that Eddie went missing. And you know, yeah, it's just he's screwed, man. There's nothing he can do. Like, there's no real absolution besides him attempting to live some semblance of a life. But yeah, definitely gonna be streaming a lot more in January. So thanks everyone for hanging out, and yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep because I am tired. All right, thanks everyone, and y'all all take care. So peace.